So are you ready to go? All right. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, welcome everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here. This is the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for September 4th, 2021. I'm going to turn to my right and ask if Supervisor Goldenberg would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, glad that you're here. We have a full docket today, so we'll be trying to get through this as efficiently as possible. So before we get to a public comment portion, I'm going to look to our board clerk, Ms. Ryan. She's going to read the public participation procedures, and then I'll invite folks to come up to the podium if they'd like to speak. Then we'll go to the phones. Ms. Ryan.
In order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this board meeting is open to the public with modifications. Face coverings are required for all attendees regardless of vaccination status. During the board meeting, citizens physically present who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are not present and wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. First option is Access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live, or Comcast Cable 8, or through Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155, or you can call in at 1-669-900-9128 with the webinar ID 98737385155. Note, Zoom webinar services tends to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the Access Tuolumne live stream and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Granicus live streaming through the county website is currently unavailable and pending a scheduled maintenance. Important public notice: under the Governor's Executive Order N2520 and Order N2920, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements: if you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
All right, thank you very much. And so I'll read kind of our board's mission statement where oral communications is concerned. Our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to the printed agenda. The public comment time limit of 3 minutes per speaker applies, and no action may be taken by the board on topics discussed. Your board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time and making a personal investment in our community. And so now at this time, if there is anyone that would like to speak on items not on the agenda, I'll invite you up to the podium here. Go ahead and come up to the podium, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Serenity McWhirter, and I'm the new CEO of the Sierra Senior Providers. I just want to introduce myself. That's all.
Oh, well, good morning and welcome. Thank you. And thank you for the introduction. Really appreciate it.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board. I want to bring up again something that I brought up at a previous board meeting regarding the cultivation of the public in working on fire prevention measures. I'd like to suggest maybe the board try to put together a county work day, and maybe not on the national forest, but maybe on city-owned properties around here based on what happened with the fire that you guys are well aware of, and the idea that there's still a lot of real volatile plant material out there, and maybe we could do this as a little beta test to see how it could work with the National Forest, the Adopt the Forest initiative. And in this case, it would be Protect Our Community initiative. We get as many people out there. Your part would be to have some sort of forms for people to sign as far as a waiver of liability. And then managers or supervisors, I'm sure the fire department and CAL FIRE would work with us on that. And then we just see how many people we can get out there. Pruners, weed eaters, chainsaws, whatever, and clear some property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a great idea. Good morning.
Good morning, Larry Cohn. Just wondering if anyone has come up with a cause for the Washington fire recently. I've not read nor seen anything about it. I've been interested to know how it started and all those kinds of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have our head of OES here, and she's shaking her head. I think it's still under investigation. Is that correct? Okay, so it is still under investigation, but I'm sure we'll have as soon as that information is made available, I'm sure that there'll be a public information put out about it. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, supervisors. Just wanted to get up here and say thank you. I've been watching what you guys have been doing. You know, everybody doesn't agree on these things that happen in our lives, but we have to work together and we have to listen to each other. We have to be civil. And I would just like to tell you guys that I've been watching the way you handle your business, and I'm thankful to you for providing a modicum of civility, and that's sorely needed. So I just wanted to say thank you. Please continue to do business like you're doing, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hello again. I'm here because I told Dave I'd be here. And I want to start off, I got an apology letter I have to write for you, Ryan Campbell. And I've been so focused on you, and I have like horse blinders on. I don't see anybody else. I always focus on you. So I have a question for Marie Sullivan here. May I ask a question of her? Can I make a statement?
Marie.
No? Oh, I don't know. Well, she a lawyer?
Yeah.
All right, that's good enough. What is the rule of law? You know the answer to that?
The question, what is the rule of law?
The rule of law is everyone must obey the law. Everyone must follow the law. Leaders must obey the law, all of you folks. Government must obey the law, all of you. No one is above the law. That's based on your constitutional oath. And the second one, the kids, you know, they've been told that at school they got to wear a face mask. No, they don't. 12-year-olds on down do not have to wear it. If they don't want to wear it, they don't have to do it. And they don't have to because kids have constitutional rights. I was trying to get, okay. And I like this book. It's really great. You want to see it. And this is what it is. It has U.S. Supreme Court rulings, which I really do like, and it explains it. And when I worked at Liberty Hall in 2019, the last, from April to the end of December, I don't understand everything with the Constitution, what they're talking about. So I bought this kid's book, and they break it down, and, oh, that's what they're talking about. So it made a lot of sense. But it has a lot of U.S. Supreme Court rulings. And so if the kids, or they take off their mask and the school teachers say, hey, you got to put it on, that's a public campus. That's interfering their liberties, blocking their freedom of movement, and they could be arrested. And I have a problem. The kids should call the sheriff department, not the police department. Because the sheriff has a U.S. Supreme Court ruling From Anthony Scalia, June of 1997, Mac/print versus USA. That's only for the sheriff. And then there's another part that directs to all the rest of you, which you already got back in April from me. And 15 seconds. And I guess we'll just wrap that up and we'll say thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Flynn. Good morning.
Hi there. I dropped off some material for you from PG&E, et cetera, on fires and that. So just have a look at that. One of the pieces I dropped off was truncated, was from the LA Times, but it had to do with the Paradise Fire, et cetera. So you can Google and get the rest of that there. But I think those 3 articles are pretty useful. And one thing I would say is that PG&E, their new CEO, really wants to help communities like ours, but we need to think in terms of our emergency planners, that they'll go ahead and start actually pushing on PG&E to get the undergrounding we need. And I think setting some goals for PG&E, they're going to do 10,000 miles of undergrounding over the next 10 years. Maybe we could ask them to do 100 miles in our community next year and start knocking these things down. It's difficult to work with PG&E because they're a huge company.
name and honored the memory of those suicide survivors. So we do this resolution every year in which supposedly mental health and suicide prevention are so important to the county. But I don't see anything beyond a resolution. So for me, I don't need a resolution. I would like to see some action. And I don't know what's happening over at behavioral health, but they appear to be imploding. So I hope there's some plan of getting that department back on their feet. So I will say to Michael Wilson, I thought he had a lot of good ideas. I'm not sure how far he got in some things, so I'll give a little shout of gratitude to him also. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Okay. Do we have anyone on the phones waiting to speak? Okay. Well, let's let them have an opportunity then. Welcome. Good morning. If we have someone on the phones, the board can hear you now.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity for public comment. This morning, I would like to comment on last week's Board of Supervisors meeting when two supervisors felt it appropriate to use this venue for lengthy presentations on their personal views on a subject. I am not commenting on the merit of their views or on the merit of the information they presented on the subject. I believe their intentions were good-hearted. Rather, I question their judgment in using their position as elected officials to expound here in these chambers at length on the subject to a captive audience and without any time limit on their presentation. I ask that they reconsider their appropriateness of their choice, and I hope that this will not be a precedent for lengthy presentations of personal views by supervisors in future Board of Supervisor meetings. Thank you for your consideration of this perspective.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else on the phones that would like to speak? All right, thank you very much. So we'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. So that'll end oral communications for us, and we will move on to staff reports. So the staff may present public service announcements, commendations of staff, and brief project updates. No action may be taken by the board. Welcome.
Well, I hope you all took action by voting. Debbie Batista, County Register of Voters. And if you don't know, today is Election Day. The vote centers are open and my office is open from this point in time all the way till 8 o'clock at night. We have received in excess of 21,500 ballots as of last night. We're a little over 60%. We're way ahead most of the state of California. As of 10 minutes to 9 o'clock this morning, 39 of our voters voted in the vote centers. So if one wants to vote in person, there are 4 vote centers one can go to: Groveland Library, Jamestown Community Hall, Tuolumne Memorial Hall, or Memorial Hall, I think, and the Twain Hart Bible Church. One can also vote downstairs, but one is voting as an absentee with an absentee ballot downstairs. That's different than the vote centers. We will be open to 8 o'clock. Please come down and visit us. You can drop off your ballots before 8 o'clock tonight at any of the 8 drop-off centers, plus my office downstairs, plus any of the 4 vote centers. Remember, your vote is your choice, so please get it into us by 8 o'clock tonight. One can mail their ballot in today as long as it's postmarked by 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, on that, I just want to say, like we were talking before the meeting, especially now knowing that I represent 2.6% of the in-person voting folks in the entire county. Everybody was extremely professional at the Jamestown Vote Center. It was very easy to use the machines, and so anybody has any questions, they're not sure, it's great to have somebody there that can be able to answer it. Easy, convenient, very professional. So thank you, Debbie, and thank you, your team.
Thank you. And we do have more poll workers or vote center workers at the vote centers today, because we do believe 39 in 2 hours is a pretty good stream of people. We do believe we're going to have a better turnout today than we've had in the last 11 days. In 11 days, we've received 228 people have gone to the vote centers. And of those, 39 was today.
Thank you. Hello.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. A quick Washington Fire update for you and also the public. Our final perimeter that came in from CAL FIRE was 136.5 acres. The majority of that in the LRA, or the local response area, and which is about 76 or so acres, and in the SRA was 60 acres. Both the county and the city of Sonora have finished what we call our initial damage assessments or estimates and submitted that into the Cal OES system, and we are currently awaiting a response from them on our request for both the household hazardous waste and debris removal as a part of that process. Currently, there is still, the cause is under investigation. So as Chairman said, we will get that once, we've been notified, and that will be made public. We still currently do have a Washington Fire button on the top of our county webpage with information and resources. We are still providing assistance to those families and working with individuals. We are also working with our Community Development Director, Quincy Yaley, and her staff on a backup plan if our request is denied from the state for assistance, and we would come forward and present that to the board. We also are working with our partners in the Stanislaus National Forest, specifically a soil scientist. We are
for additional scope of work related to the Community Resilience Center project in the amount of $17,250. Item number 7, consideration of approving a recognition agreement for Gold Country Hangars, LLC. Item number 8, adopting Resolution 8821, updating the Solid Waste Committee's membership. Item number 9, approval of the COVID-19 vaccination verification and testing policy implementing the July 26, 2021 CDPH health order. Item number 10, adopting Resolution 8921, a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne approving applications for per capita grant funds.
Okay. Thank you very much. So before we make any comments, I'll ask, is there any supervisor that would like to pull an item from consent for further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 9.
Okay.
And I'd like to pull item 10.
Okay. And any other items to pull for discussion? So we'll pull items 9 and 10. Okay, so we'll pull those two items. Is there any comment on the consent calendar beyond those items that have been pulled? I'll just say something really briefly on item 8. So we are expanding the membership of our Solid Waste Committee. It's been a very active and I think engaged committee. This year we have a new solid waste director that's been doing a phenomenal job and who's working with us. It's really grown, and so we're going to need help from the community. And so just putting that out there, if you're interested in solid waste and all of the exciting things that go with that, which it really is exciting, please reach out to the board clerk and we can get you an application to participate in that group. Okay, so is there any public comment on the consent calendar, saving items 9 and 10?
Thank you. I would also like to comment on item 8 because I've questioned for several years now. So thank you, Kim McFarland, of why there was no public on a county Board of Supervisors committee, because that made no sense to me. So I will thank you for that. And I just want to make a brief comment about the last meeting, because you do the consent calendar. We had 6 hours with public health, and you had a huge room full of people. And so sometimes I think you might want to consider putting the consent calendar maybe at another point in the agenda when there's a huge crowd waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if there's no other public comment on the consent calendar, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion, or if there is a motion, I'll entertain that at this time.
I'll motion to approve of the consent calendar.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Brandon and a second by Supervisor Half. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, none opposed. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, so we'll go back to item 9. Ms. Ryan, would you please read item 9 for us once more?
Okay, item number 9, approval of the COVID-19 vaccination verification and testing policy implementing the July 26, 2021 CDPH health order.
So the reason why I pulled this item is because I got a few emails, a couple phone calls, people wanting clarification as far as what took place at the last board meeting and what this is about. So I'll give my general 2 cents, and then if council wants to weigh in. This is not the policy of if we're going to force vaccination on staff as employment. This is simply verification of vaccination, or if you're not vaccinated, the 2 options, medical or religious. So I just want to clarify that. That's what this is. Although I read through it and I still see a bunch of issues and discrepancies as far as, discussion about vaccinated versus unvaccinated and ability to spread and whatnot. I mean, I have my own opinions about it. I just want to make it very clear this is not what that discussion was last board meeting. This is specifically just showing either you're vaccinated or these 2 options. So is there anything I missed? Cool. So unless there's any other further discussion, I will make a motion.
Okay.
Or I guess we got to do public
Before
comment.
you do that, is there any other comment from the board? Is there any public comment on item number 9? Yep, please come on down and to the podium.
I take it that number 9 is on the mask wearing in public? Is that it?
Not really, it's for employees.
Yeah, vaccination, verification, and testing policy.
It's a policy for employees.
Yeah,
Oh, for your county employees?
for county employees, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I need to talk to that one.
Okay. right, thank you.
Back again. Number 9. Well, I'm retired AFL-CIO. I was a union shop steward back in 1980 to 1988, Palo Alto, California, corporate. And I'm really, you cannot force your employees to take a vaccination verification policy. You can't do any of that. That violates their constitutional liberties. That all of you swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And Joe Biden, the president, he cannot enforce anybody to do it. He can't make up law. He's not a monarchy. He's not a king or a prince. And I don't bow to any of those. I'm a free American. And you want to change how things are implemented in Washington, D.C. You lobbied them and your congressional member, Tom McClintock, for an Article 5. And you lobby it that way. But you should just ignore the president, take care of your citizens here, and your citizens are also county employees. And it says here, California, I got from thehealthyamerican.org by Peggy Hall, California Government Code 37100 prevents any creation, application, or enforcement of a law or a policy that violates the California Constitution or the Constitution of the United States. You can't declare that on your employees. There's no way you can do that. They can sue you, and that's one way. There's other ways they can deal with that. They can quit, and then you have less sheriff deputies, or they could actually remove the sheriff, and if the sheriff doesn't, they could actually come and remove you and then book you in another different county jail. So there's no accidentally releasing by those knucklehead judges that we have behind me. And I have a reliable source who they are and blah, 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 what their attitudes are on the Constitution. And there are other ways that can be done here, but you really are violating their individual liberties. Did you swear an oath? I have your oath of office. I have everybody's oath of office. I've been working on it for over 2 years. June 6, 2019. That's when I started collecting signatures, starting with judges. And that's where I started. And so you are bounded by oath, and you cannot wiggle out of it. There's no way. You think you can, but you won't. And this individual citizenry can put you under citizen's arrest. And that's also legal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else from the room that would like to speak? All right, I think we did have someone that called in. Do we have them back on the phones? Okay, we'll give them a couple of seconds to try and get set up here. Hello, welcome. We can hear you at the board.
Hi. I just had a question. I work for the Department of Social Services, and we had an unfortunate death of a coworker from COVID who was completely vaccinated and an avid mask wearer. And I noticed that I don't seem to see that in the statistics that we get every day. And I was just curious to know why. Are they not including the fully vaccinated deaths in the stats?
Okay. Thank you for that question. And I can dive out there. So we do get a report every day from Public Health that's distributed publicly, and it's published on My Motherlode and in the newspaper. And it does identify the number of infections per day the age ranges of the infections, whether they were vaccinated or not, and it does identify whether the deaths that occur were from vaccinated individuals or unvaccinated individuals. So it does break down the vaccination status of people that are infected or die from COVID-19. I hope that answers the question.
Not completely, because I know her age, and since she passed, no one in that age group has been mentioned in the statistics.
Supervisor Campbell, what we could do is just have someone from public health reach out to the employee and maybe go over some of that data with her and answer any further questions.
Okay, I think that would work because we're a little far off of the actual topic here. Okay, is there anyone else that is called in that would like to speak? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for if there's any discussion or a motion.
So I will move on. Item number 9 to approval of COVID-19 vaccination verification and testing policy.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay,
I'm sorry.
oh,
I meant to say aye.
oh, okay, so 5-0, am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's move on to item 10. Would you please read item 10 for us once more, Ms. Ryan?
Sorry. Item number 10, adopting Resolution 8921, a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne approving applications for per capita grant funds.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm Liz Peterson. I'm here today as the department head for the Recreation and Library programs. Eric Aiken, your library and recreation manager, would love to be here today to talk about his hard work and good efforts, but unfortunately he had a prior commitment. So just wanted to talk briefly about this grant. It's a part of the Proposition 68 that was passed by the voters of California in 2018. This grant is for, it's a per capita grant, which means we received $400,000, and that's based on the population of Tuolumne County. Eric and the Recreation Department put together the application to receive the funding. This resolution is the last step in receiving the funding, and then we will work to put projects together. Those have to go back to the state for approval on the specific projects, and then the funding has to be spent by June 30th of 2024. Specifically, funding is for, the memo says capital outlay for recreation purposes, acquisition or development. So really we're talking about like fixed assets or other types of like capital-ish type projects.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Supervisor Kirk, for opening up the meeting. I did have to read one report out on item 14 from closed session. Supervisor Kirk moved and Supervisor Half seconded, and by a vote of 5-0, the board approved the county council to continue to defend the county and named employees in the matter of Christopher Alfred Spina versus the County of Tuolumne, Tuolumne County Superior Court case number CV 64025, an administrative code compliance dispute, and the board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to PRISM. And there was nothing to report on item 15. Okay. All right, so with that, we were on our 1:30 appointment. And so, Heather, did you already read that, or would you like to go ahead and start? Thank you.
Item for 1:30 p.m. appointment is presentation on the current code compliance program and consideration of providing direction on options for improving processes and procedures.
Good afternoon. Quincy Ailey, Community Development Department Director. We're here this afternoon to review the county's current code compliance program and listen to the board's and the public's input on any challenges that they experience with the program, or issues or concerns or suggestions of direction that they may want to see this program move to in the future. So the goal of code compliance obviously is
do you have recommendations on those things? Because I'm just looking for something that we can go off of to decide where to start in this discussion, because it's kind of wide open with where we're at right now.
Sure. So the purpose of us coming to you today is with the additional resources that your board has dedicated to code compliance, we want to make sure that we're executing a process that that includes your vision for how it would work. So I frequently am in communication with all of you and hear and can read between the lines the frustration of some of the challenges where essentially we get to no resolution. So I'm interested, and our Public Works is interested in hearing from the board today on ideas you may have of what changes you would like to see in the ordinance, or just general feedback about your frustration so that I can then translate that with staff into action items. So we're not here with recommendations today. We're not asking for specific action other than any direction you want us to explore or your vision for the code enforcement program based on what you've been experiencing as you've participated in the process.
Okay, so that's not a real structured plan. So I'm trying to get some structure out of this. So you cited some specific things that you were looking for feedback on. Could you go back to that
You
slide?
bet.
So do you have any recommendations about whether we should change any of these, or there must have been a reason why you brought up these particular bullet points.
These
So
are some
I'm
of the
trying to figure out what is our role in discussing these with you, rather than just kind of, shoot from the hip with ideas that each of the five of us might have.
It's our goal as staff to refine the code compliance program. Some of these are considerations that could be done. It's important for us that the program reflect your vision. And so we really do, for some of these I think there's consensus from staff about adding fines and penalties for those violations that have none.
Okay.
But I know that you're all very active in forwarding code compliance issues to me, and I've observed over the last 8 or 9 months that your board is very active in social media about code compliance complaints and is frustrated that we can't get cases to resolve. And so that's why we're bringing you this existing process and asking for any input you might have as to how you would like to see it changed.
Okay. All right. Well, keeping in mind that we do want to keep it high level and not get too much into the weeds about, what do you want to know is like what the fines should be if we're going to implement greater fine? Do you want us to get down to that level? What level are we?
No, I don't think that we need to discuss
Okay.
specific monetary values, but
So you just want to know, should we look at increasing fines and penalties and
Do
then
you want
tell you
fines-
staff to do that?
yeah, do you want fines for repeat offenders? Do you
Okay.
want an escalating penalty structure for repeat offenders? For people who, like Brian described, who start building and then there's no penalty if they come in within 30 days. Is that something? So, code compliance, and Brian can maybe I'll lead in with this and then he can add to it, but there's a sweet spot in code compliance, and we've talked about this a little bit, where if you don't have any fines or structure to it, then you have a lot of violations, and you have people who won't come get permits. And if it's too high, then it can become too oppressive in some ways. So there is a sweet spot that staff will take your input from and input on today and bring back to you where we think that the benchmark should be.
Okay. I know Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Half have been chomping at the bit to add, but what I'm going to suggest is once you ask your questions, shall we go down the line with each bullet point and give a thumbs up, thumbs down? Because I'm just a little concerned.
Can we just comment on them?
Well, I think what they're looking for is actual direction. And so you need a thumbs up and or thumbs down.
Supervisor Campbell, could we maybe I can help too.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way that we can talk about this without it just being a free-for-all about code compliance, which is an extremely
Right.
complex issue that we're not going to.
So what staff is looking to you, to your board from, is on each of these items, do you want them to return with recommendations in each of those areas? They're not asking for specifics right now because that will take time from them and from others. But do you want shorter time frames for compliance? If the answer is yes, staff will return with some recommendations of what those shorter timeframes should be and according to their, what they are seeing and what they're experiencing, both in terms of the quantity of complaints, the quality of the complaints, right? They need to be able to give you those recommendations. Increase in fines and penalties. Well, the problem is you don't know what some of those fines and penalties are right now. Do you want them to return and have a study session on fines and penalties? So those are where they need to know where you would like them to spend time, and then they will go, they'll do the research, they'll come back with strong recommendations from the staff's perspective of how this would be best implemented. But first, do you want all of those things? Do you want some of those things? What is the highest priority for you?
Okay, all right. Sorry, Supervisor Kirk.
I'm going to ask a couple questions, and then I'm going to put a timer on myself for 3 minutes because I could see this going on forever. My clarifying questions are, when I look at like the attachment A, the violation of building and safety code provisions, like I think what a lot of this is getting at is really egregious violations. What if I'm a homeowner, I'm paying contractors to build my home, and they have, simple violations? Are we talking about those type of violations? Because I know that's why we have inspectors and whatnot. Is this going to apply to builders who are simply building and maybe missing something in code, or is this more for egregious, like not pulling out a permit, hacking up? I mean, does that make sense?
Sure. The violations in and of themselves are any work undertaken that would have required a building permit under ordinance that was not obtained.
So if I'm building and I miss something per code, would I be $100 fine for making a mistake? Or I guess that's what the 30-day window would.
Well, again, if you didn't realize that you needed a permit for said work, that's again where the 30 days, that opportunity to correct with no fine, because there are some folks, of course, who aren't aware of the rules and may need some grace in that regard. And then, of course, I would be lying to say otherwise that there are some builders out there who just knowingly build without permits, who are repeat offenders.
So I get the no building permit because that's actually, you can't do that. But if I have a permit and I'm building and I
no, that does not apply.
Okay,
No, sir.
that's my question.
That's the normal correction and inspection process.
I just want to make sure I'm not going to get calls
Yes,
from
sir.
builders saying, now we're going to get hit with.
Not at all.
Okay.
No, sir.
So that was my clarifying question. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to start the timer in a minute. I'm going to go through these bullet points that you guys listed and try and do it in 3 minutes and kind of give a high-level view of where I think.
Do you need this?
What's that?
Do you need this? This is what they're asking us.
Yes, but I want to look at it because I made notes. Where am I at? Don't start the clock yet. I just had it. Oh, here's right here. Okay. So my questions, look at now when you have a clock, you get all nervous. So when we're talking about shorter time frames for compliance, I would recommend shorter time frames for compliance for those issues such as garbage or safety. Or I know a lot of things fall into safety, but things that we're talking about. When I think of shortening the timeframes, I think of septic issues, water and septic issues, and garbage issues. I think the other ones, I would be okay with your recommendation on timeframes, but for those items, I would like to see it a shorter timeframe, quicker to correct. For increase in fines and penalties, I think the health and safety violations, I think they should definitely be much harder, much quicker. So if the first violation is $100, that's not much of a deterrent. So I would say $500 or $1,000. I want to hit the hammer with health and safety issues when it comes to garbage or water or sewage. I think it's reasonable for the other ones to. Again, I would be open to your suggestions for the other ones, but I'm just thinking of the nasty, dirty, environmental type ones. I would be fine with hitting harder, quicker, especially garbage. Add fines and penalties for violations related to grading, encroachments, and easements obstructions. If there's not fines and penalties, it sounds like you guys are talking about adding them. I would be okay with that. I don't know what level that should be, but I leave that up to you. Changes in ordinance code to have stricter rules regarding typical violations. I would need more information on that. You could maybe enlighten me more on that. I don't know what that would mean or So anyways, I need more information on that. Changes to the ordinance code to relax regulations, so so it sounds like there are some, like you said, you're the professional, where we're chasing our tail, so why do it? So I would agree that we shouldn't be wasting resources where we couldn't. And fines for illegal dumping if identifying documentation was found within the materials, absolutely, and very hard. We need to. We're talking with Waste Management about potentially, them giving us a service to be dealing with some of these abatement or these waste issues. And if we don't have a hammer, I think that's going to open up. I think there's going to be a lot more dumps, and if we don't have the enforcement to go after people, then we're just going to create a huge problem. I think it's going to open up a can of worms. So that in a nutshell is kind of where I'm at. My only other question I forgot to ask, and look at that, I did it under 3 minutes, is cannabis. Why wouldn't cannabis be under Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office? Because it's an illegal, it's a drug issue. I'm curious why it's not with them and with you guys.
The
illegal portion of it.
County decided several years ago that illegal cannabis above the allowed plant counts was a land use issue.
Land use.
And zoning issue. And so that's why it resides in CDD and not the Sheriff's Department.
So what do other counties do? I guess I'd like to know, what do other,
It varies.
Okay. I would think it would be more of a sheriff issue.
And it also depends on if you allow commercial cannabis and other things too.
Right, which we don't. So
which
it's
we don't.
Illegal.
So it's considered a land use issue, so it resides in CDD.
It does.
Supervisor Kirk, it also will make a difference, and I don't know our district attorney, but in some counties, some district attorneys are not prosecuting on cannabis because of the fact that it's been voted on in so many different ways. So in some areas, law enforcement is not involved because district attorney won't prosecute, so therefore it's a waste of resources. I have not checked that is what's happening here, but as Quincy stated, it was decided some time ago that this was a land use issue and not a law enforcement issue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I am so happy that this is coming to the board to start weighing in on and to, make some changes, because I think the changes are long overdue. I'm going to be really quick. I don't think I need a timer at all. Yes on everything, and I would want to know on the changes to the ordinance code to relax regulations. I can't think of any offhand where I'd want to relax them, but maybe there are some. So I'd want to know staff recommendations for which ones we have that might need to be relaxed. But definitely shorter timeframes for compliance, because of the complaints that I've brought to your attention and to Kim's attention. The amount of time that people are given to correct, and then they move on to the next phase, and then they drag that on, and then, it's so much staff time, and it's such a waste. So definitely shorter times. I would bow to you for your recommendations as far as what you think is appropriate. I liked your comment on the sweet spot, and I would rely on staff also for that recommendation. Where's the window? This is too low, yet this is too high. Where's that sweet spot? And yeah, just yes on everything else. So that's my comments.
Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, I'm very equally happy to see this before the board, because we do get a lot of complaints about this. I'm a big believer that the worst law we can implement is one that's ineffectual and then not able to be followed through on and change behavior. And so as we move forward, I think in looking at fire safety, as we look forward at, I think, addressing homelessness and dumping in the county, we need to have the codes and then the staffing and the resources to follow up on that compliance chain. So I think this is another link in that, and it's going to be very important. For all of the considerations and challenges you pointed out there, very similar with Supervisor Half, all of them I'm in favor of. And the only one would be in the relaxing regulations, RV dwellings. I don't think that's necessary. And I can't also think of any place that they necessarily need to, on this issue, be relaxed. If you have one you feel strongly about, I'd be interested in hearing it, but I'm not aware of any of all the ones that have come up where they've said this has been too strict, too difficult. My recommendations outside of that, these, looks like 11 items, would be first, setting up some type of fair but scaling system for severity. Somebody with their, garbage can tipped over that's got a pile there versus somebody like that house versus some property with 200 cubic yards and is running effectively a dump need to be treated differently. I think they're very different situations, and then how that's done in a fair way. But I don't think that the punishment should be fair if also the violation is not equal to an extent. So options for that. Second would be adding modifiers based on people's behavior. So for example, if this was willful and not an inadvertent violation, if it was severe, as we mentioned, if this is a recurring violation that's happened multiple times, if it is a stacked violation, as in you're having to come out for different violations all at the same time, having it be more severe, some type of modification. And on the other side, also offering more of a carrot approach. For folks who are cooperative and working with the county, offer those extensions and have that codified that as long as you're working with us and trying to find a resolution, we're going to work with you back. If it's an involuntary issue where other people are dumping something on your property and you've taken the steps you need to correct it, then that should be counted too. And then for priorities, establishing what we want to be the hardest on. I said it before, I agree, that no mercy for dumping. That is something that we should absolutely throw the book at people for. It is lazy. It is really, really alienating. It damages our environment and has huge health implications. And I want us to change behavior on that. And I want us to make an example of somebody who is making money off of dumping illegal garbage in the county or just not willing to drive that extra couple miles. All right, I'm going to go like 30 seconds over. Also looking at fire safety violations, for example, electrical, anything like that really has an ignition potential, sewer water interaction, and hazardous waste. I think those need to be our highest category. Second would be anything related to general residential or commercial health and safety, outside storage, vegetation management, things that are very important, but I think can be a lower level there. And then lastly, having things like the encroachment grading, illegal dwellings, other things that I think are important, but we can follow kind of a normal compliance process. And I definitely agree with the recurring fees and fines. If it's not brought into compliance, biggest challenge has been a one-time fee and then no ability to follow up on that. And a lot of people just choose to pay the fee and not correct it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So first question, when do we get that third compliance officer?
That would be great. We did offer that third position. It was declined. So we are in the process, of course, of trying to coordinate co-compliance and streamline our efforts, identifying what our best next steps will be when it comes to staffing. So we do have our new co-compliance investigator on staff. He's been here about 2 solid weeks now, almost 2 solid weeks, week and a half. But fitting in great, doing a great job, but our next step is to look at how we can best utilize the resources you've given us to ensure that we're getting those investigators out there and getting these cases investigated.
Okay. So looking at your list, considering these things, shorter time frames for compliance. Yeah, if anything, we get lots of contact on different activities, and the most common thing I hear over and over again is, how come it's taken so long? What can we do about this? And so, now just because you've got a shorter time frame to begin with doesn't mean that it's really going to lessen the overall process, but at least it gets attention, in the immediate. Increase in fines and penalties, when I look at in the board memo, your chart, so it shows building, they've had about a 16% success rate, and solid waste has had 15%. The other categories are under 1%. And so that tells the story, right? And it's also, we're keying in, and I agree with my other supervisors, and, Supervisor Kirk mentioned it first, trash, safety. We've heard that. And the two areas where you're having success is building and solid waste. And so building has a lot of safety implications, and solid waste is what we're really trying to key in on and do something. I'm also hearing that there's a fair amount of grading issues. I know not too long ago I went on a tour, around my district, and we just driving around looking at different areas, and I heard staff, say, "Oh, I don't know if that one's on the list. Oh, that looks like an illegal, grading or non-compliant." So if we don't have anything there, we should enact something, in that area. On the other fines, right? If either we've got to have a new approach on those ones, when we're looking at multi-million-dollar fines and penalties and this much return, either we need to take a fresh look at different approaches, and I'm not saying I have an answer. I know that it's a struggle for you guys. Talking with your compadres in other counties and areas, maybe they have, some thoughts, but I know you do that, already. But, we've got tremendous amount, and we're not recouping, hardly anything on it. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense, when we're in those routes. I don't know about the RV dwelling, thing. It apparently, I hear you, Quincy, when you say you're chasing that RV around the county. They keep moving the thing. I don't know. Go out and hit them the first time and take two wheels off. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. Obviously this is, you can't intrude upon, people's property rights, but again, that's an area, but it wouldn't be the highest one on my priority, certainly. I mean, but I know people do get very upset, when somebody comes and parks in their neighborhood and they're making noise, they've got their own trash issues, and, lots of things happen. Other than that, just as we've talked about, trash, let's get rid of this trash. One of the reasons why I asked is when you're getting your third, compliance person, I'm in favor of a more concentrated approach. When we have, especially on a more serious violator, get 2 or 3 people or even 4 people out there at once, and pick it apart, and the extra set of eyes, can pick out and see things maybe that one person doesn't see, and then just stay on them. And let's bang that one out and then move on to the next one. That's kind of that more big jump on approach. So hope that helps. Thanks.
Okay, I do have some thoughts on this. First, I did want to see, do we have any public comments on this item, on code compliance? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak on this? Okay, do we have anybody that's called in? Okay, well, that makes it a quick transition then. So I'll just kind of go down the line. The first one, I will say that we put a lot of money into code compliance in the past few months, and so I felt it was self-evident that we would probably want to see shorter time frames for compliance with that. But what I wanted to ask you is, do you see it feasible that we can shorten timeframes for compliance? Because I don't want to ask you to do something like that and then find out there are obstacles to it. Or I guess what I'm getting at is, why is that a bullet point on there? And what can we do about it?
So Basically, do we want to move faster to a notice and order? Do you want to give people less time to have the opportunity to correct non-health and
Okay.
safety violations without fines and penalties?
Okay,
Knowing that in our table, they're not going to pay the fine and penalty anyway, or not they're not going to, but we have low success rates on receiving those fines and penalties. So do we want to move to that phase faster?
okay. And thank you, that really clarifies a lot more. And that's what I kind of thought we were getting at, but just wanted to make sure. I tend to think that we probably should. I like to give people as much grace as possible. I do think that, when people make mistakes or they do things on their property that is out of compliance with the code, a lot of times people aren't aware of it. Oftentimes they are. But in those cases where it's somebody that just made a mistake, if they're trying to rectify it, that says something. If it's somebody that's just not communicating, not working on improving the situation, then just move it right through the process and start putting the fines on. So I guess I look at it differently depending on whether or not the person involved is making an effort to rectify the situation. But if they're not, then they're not.
And I would just
then I
add
see
to
no
that.
reason to take longer.
Yeah, and I would just add to that once we go to the online permitting, if it's a no permit violation, they won't even have to come to our office anymore. Sometimes they need plans drawn, they need things like that. So there's circumstances, once they apply, we can have them continue to work through the process. But, 30 days, you need time to get down to the office and do your business. But now that obstruction will go away.
Okay. So long story short, yes, I do support that. And I would honestly leave it to you to figure out what that time frame what would be appropriate there, because I wouldn't necessarily know with all of the different codes and all the different violations what is an appropriate time to respond. So I hope that you can kind of work on that. I think increasing the fines and penalties is probably long past due in a lot of areas. And again, I would look to staff to kind of flesh out what that means based on what neighboring counties are doing and other criteria that you use your expertise to.
And I would add that we
divine.
work really closely with county council on those fines and penalties to make sure that we're staying within other statutes and other case law to make sure that we're not just setting ourselves up for future lawsuits for having onerous fines and penalties.
Okay. And then ditto the third bullet, fines and penalties for violations and grading, encroachment, and easement. And then the changes to the ordinance code, stricter rules, I agree with. Actually, let's just jump down to the RV dwelling. That's the only one that I really don't agree with. I look at my district. I do not think that RV dwelling, that we should relax regulations on that. And I'm speaking from experience where I have different neighborhoods. And again, not talking about specific instances, but in the past, there have been single unit properties that were built on a small lot with a septic system that was designed for a small house, sometimes a small house that wasn't even intended to be lived in 365 days a year. And then you add an RV to that, and then all of a sudden the septic tank overflows and spills into a creek. And sometimes that happens more than once a year in the same creek. So I'm actually concerned about some of the changes to what constitutes a dwelling unit, and I would not support relaxing that. And then fines for illegal dumping. I'm right on board with Supervisor Brandon. Go get them. It's really frustrating because it's kind of like, somebody that's got a mattress or a bunch of household waste and they dump it on the side of the road. It's like, here you go. Now my problem's everyone else's problem. It's the county's problem. It's every person that drives by it. It's their problem now, where it was just one person's problem, and now it's the entire community's problem. And anything that we can do to start clamping down on that, I think we need to do. And we are, and really, I got to applaud you and Public Works. They're taking some steps right now to make things better. So I'm hoping that we keep on that path. That's all I had. Did you need anything else? Okay. Any other discussion? Yeah, Supervisor Brandon.
Yeah, and just one final point on what you were saying too, with dumping. If there can be specific language, the ones that most irk me, because those really do bother me too, because it's just laziness and putting it on somebody else. But there's even a worse group of that, is the folks hauling off stuff and getting paid to do so. And then they're going to sites like on Mount Provo and like off of highways and that, and dumping that. Because to me, that's not only dumping, that's fraud in what they're actually doing. And they're taking residents who are trying to do the right thing and breaking that trust. If there's a way to include regulation on that specifically, so that if we do catch one of these people doing that, again, throw the book at them.
Thank you. So I appreciate all of your input, and we're going to be going back and working with our team to come up with some responses to the input that we've heard today. We'll be working with County Council, and we'll be bringing back something to you in terms of a time frame. Lots of competing priorities, but I know this is a big one, and it's evident, of course, and we're grateful by all the resources that you've given this topic. So this is at the top of our pile, and we're hoping to bring something back to you as soon as we can, and getting closer to that sweet spot, that window of a really effective code compliance program. So thank you.
All right, well, thanks very much. And yeah, you guys are really doing a great job. And I think this board has shown we have a lot of faith in you and your abilities, and we're willing to back you up in anything that you need. So please keep the lines of communication going and go out there and keep doing a great job. Thank you. Yeah, let's take a short break. Reconvene at 2:40. Good. Meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for September 14th, 2021. So we're on to item 12, which is, I'll go ahead and let the board clerk read that.
Thank you. Item number 12, consideration of providing final direction on the development of a business license ordinance.
Hello.
All right. Good afternoon. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office, and of course, Chris Schmidt with the County Council's Office. So we are here looking for your board's final direction on the business license program, really. We have discussed this in January, and then we brought back some kind of a draft in April that had some input from your board. So here today, there's a staff kind of report here that contains all of the items that we heard consensus from your board on. This is our direction to your board, or our request rather, of how we develop the ordinance. The ordinance is mostly complete in draft form. Contains all of these items in this memo. So when we look at what staff is recommending, it is what's in this memo, short of one minor change, which I'll get to when we talk about exemptions. And so just wanted to, kind of lay that out there. So I'm going to go through these items and then looking for any final direction from your board on how you would like to see the business ordinance drafted. Okay, so first starting with the purpose. So the purpose of the ordinance itself would be to authorize the licensee or the business licensee, basically to have a business here in the county. And it is important to remember, and there's a little more information there, later on in the memo. But this business license is only, we've heard loud and clear from your board that your board wants to have the information on businesses, and that's all that this business license ordinance would be for. So there is no additional requirements or inspections or anything else beyond what a business is already required to do, either by a county's local ordinance or by the state or federal government. All this ordinance is for is to be able to have a record of the businesses that we have here in the county for communication, education, variety of purposes. So the administration process of the business license itself. Starting at the county clerk's office, it would be the county clerk who administers the ordinance, provides the forms, maintains the digital platform, issues, renews, revokes, or suspends the license, collects the fees, and then decides disputes concerning licenses. The Office of Revenue Recovery will collect any delinquent fees or penalties. County Council, of course, will provide enforcement support, including any court action, etc., as they normally do for these types of things. And then your board would be the one to hear the appeals from a decision from the clerk related to a business license. And again, this is the standard process for a lot of our ordinances. So, exemptions. What your board said at the last meeting in April when we discussed this was that all businesses would be required to obtain a license, except for, of course, those who by law are exempt from a license, such as like banks, insurance companies, a handful of other folks. Your board also wanted to exclude all agriculture from requiring business licenses. And so this is where, as staff, we have discussed this fairly extensively. We would ask your board to consider requiring ag businesses still be required to have a license. Again, when you look at what the purpose of the license is for educating businesses, having information about what businesses we have here in the community, knowing that ag and natural resources, which are a part of ag, are a really big economic driver here in our county. Having information about what types of businesses we have here in the county would be really important information to have. If your board is interested in including ag as a requirement for the business license, you could select or opt to have ag businesses be exempt from the fee. And we'll talk about what the fee is in a bit. So that's just something to consider. So, yeah. And then there are some other businesses that are exempt from fees, and those are set by statute as well. Nonprofit and religious organizations, and a handful of others. And so that would be contained in the ordinance. And then the other business that your board has requested be exempt from a license are short-term businesses. So any businesses that operate for less than 60 days in total. So not 60 days a year, but 60 days in total. The term of the license will be for 1 year. It'll be renewed January 1st each year. And that will make sure that the information about the business is up to date. Each business that has a branch or facility in the county will be required to have a license for each one of those branches. And then, yes, there will be a penalty. And this, as you might recall, your board discussed pretty extensively about what the penalty and how that process should work. The penalty will be assessed starting March 1st. So you're required to renew your license January 1st. Starting March 1st, you would be late, basically. And there would be a penalty. And the penalty would be the cost of the license for the year multiplied by each number of years the business is found without the license but should have one. And then for enforcement. So the business license ordinance, again, to go back to what I said before, there is no additional enforcement or regulatory items in the ordinance for businesses to make sure that they are in compliance with, say, environmental health laws or any other code enforcement things that you heard about before. This business licenses ordinance does not have those types of regulations in it. There are other ordinances that the county has that has other regulations that would subject businesses to those other kind of enforcement actions. I hope that makes sense. And then lastly, as I mentioned, this ordinance does not require any additional inspections, any additional, anything else sort of imposed on it. The only thing this ordinance does is requires that every business get a license for the fee every year. And so getting to the fee. As I mentioned, the county clerk will be administering this program. We are recommending that the fee for the business license be set at $32, which again is the full cost recovery for the service. So the county clerk and auditor controller does anticipate using her existing staff in her office to administer this program, which means that the cost will be automatically included in the fiscal 21-22 adopted budget. So your board could waive the fee for a period of time But just know that that's less revenue that we will collect every year, but the cost is already built in to the budget, if that, again, makes sense. Okay, so that's sort of the components of the program that we heard from your board, just looking for that final direction before we develop the ordinance. We'll bring it back for a first reading and then a second reading. It will go into effect starting January 1st per your board's direction. So I'm open to any other input that you might have, but again, all of the things that I highlighted in the staff memo and just now are what we are recommending as staff that the business license ordinance look like, with the exception of perhaps including ag businesses to be required to have a license, with perhaps the option that they are exempt from the fee of $32 a year.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your hard work on this. Questions, comments from the board? Who wants to start?
Let's see. I think with everything, it should be fine as it is in the staff memo. I'd be fine with removing the exemption by industry. I'd recommend the 1 year free sign up, but then if people don't take advantage of that, they would then have to cover that first year and the second year, just as an incentive, because otherwise I don't think anybody will take advantage of it. One question is on changing the date from January 1st. Whether that's going to be difficult for some, for example, in the hospitality business, Christmas, New Year's, all of that. If there may be a more desirable date that could be more of a low season across the board for a lot of these businesses. If there's really practical reasons for January 1st, then I understand. I would like to see, if possible, for a renewal process, if there's some way to be able to set that up so it's easier to do, instead of having to fill out the same information and form, if there's a way to certify effectively nothing's changed in the business. I think that would be really helpful, just making it easier to work with. And the information on which businesses end up getting a license, we should, I believe, make available to all the chambers of commerce locally as well, so they can be able to reach out to those businesses as well and kind of partner with them. My last question is related to applicability for some of the Title 17 sections under home occupations and cottage industries. And I don't know whether it would apply to those.
I mean, how the ordinance is written right now is that all businesses would be required to have a license, even if they operate out of their home.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a specific, are you talking about the zoning ordinance?
Yeah, so just the section is under Title 17. So cottage industries would be under $10,000, I think, of a home-produced product. And then a home occupation could be a home office for a counselor or a massage therapist or something like that. Are we going to be, we had some of this discussion on Title 17 in potentially controlling what may be prohibited uses that are just incompatible with residential areas, but not requiring explicitly a license to operate their business out of their home. It sounds like as it's written, they probably would right now, and whether we would want to exempt them if that's useful information.
I think I know what you're getting at, and that's business is authorized by zoning, and it's not really linked to the business ordinance. The business ordinance is solely, as Liz said, it's very broad. It applies to all business unless exempt, regardless of the zoning. However, if there's a violation, what this would do is bring it onto the radar of the county. So if there is a serious violation for zoning, it could be referred to a department for follow-up, but then it would be with that department for enforcement under their regulations, not the business license ordinance. So in itself, it doesn't enforce all those other chapters or titles of the ordinance code.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine with me. I just wanted to say in closing on this that this is really building that information for economic planning, and it's building that connection to local businesses, which is great because we get all kinds of grant opportunities, we get all kinds of programs they can apply for, webinars, and we don't have a way to really share it very easily. We don't have that contact base, and I think our local businesses suffer because of that. I hope this will address it, and it's, I think, a really reasonable step towards being able to support that kind of back and forth relationship. So Thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. So just how long do you feel that it take for a business to fill out the form to sign up under this program? Do you have an idea?
So the intention will be to use OpenGov, so it will be digital, using the permitting licensing code enforcement portion of OpenGov. I don't anticipate it'll probably, I mean, maybe, okay, I don't know, not less than an hour.
It's very basic information, right?
Yes.
We want their contact information, type of business.
Yeah, there'll be the NACIS code, number of employees, some of that information that will be helpful, back to why we're doing this, will be helpful to have. But, yeah.
Okay. We should be prepared to help them with those codes. They're hard to find, just in thinking about moving forward. We're talking a $32 annual fee. This is not a big hardship. It's not tied to enforcement. Glad to see that. And I really feel a business is a business is a business, and all businesses should be included, including agriculture. It's not a big hardship here. It's not that we're putting somebody out. Not like when we were looking at things like the parcel tax on the, Measure V, where if they had 20 parcels, they were going to get a fee for every parcel, perhaps. I mean, sure, this does call if they have individual locations. I don't think many in the ag industry have that, quite honestly. So that's all the input I have. I like it as, but want ag involved. Thank you.
So what I do like about this, although I'll get to my reasoning why overall I don't like it. I do like that it's light on regulations, no inspections, it's only $32. Yeah, I know Cole would love to have this data shared like with the shutdown. If we would have had this, we could have blasted tons of resources. Like we're going to spend $10,000 of ARP money to try and get this education out to people. So I see a huge value in it. My only concern is that it's, well, let me ask this question. In legal, this might be a question for you. If at any other future date, could another board, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, turn around and use this ordinance for something else? Or is it strictly going to be restricted for informational purposes like we're talking about?
It could absolutely be amended, and some counties do use their business license ordinances much more proactively. Did I turn that off?
If you speak a little closer into the mic, I think we'd be able to hear you a little better.
Some counties are much more proactive using their business license ordinance. For example, like the adult industry in some cities is regulated by this. But of course, that brings in land use issues. So that process would have to be employed if we wanted to extend this to industries that you want to regulate. But absolutely.
So future boards could amend it and use it for other options. Okay. So, I mean, like I said, I appreciate all the perspectives. I think, I don't know if we discussed this as a board before. I think we did. I know we were talking about this a little bit last year. For me, it's all about I just want businesses out have the option to choose. I've always said I don't think it should be mandated. I think it should be. I know that there's businesses out there who don't have licenses that are begging for this. Like, hey, we want this for X, Y, and Z reasons. So I'm glad that we're providing it. I just don't think it should be a mandate, and that's why I don't want to. That's why I'll vote the way I vote. But I do appreciate how we've willed it down to where we're at now. And if it could stay there, I think I could support it. But I just know there's options for it to possibly turn into something else. And again, I just want it to be an option for businesses, not a mandate. So, but thank you guys for your work on this. I do appreciate it.
Supervisor Howe.
Okay, well, I still like the idea of having this information to not only be helpful to the county, but I don't know how to say the word, but in reciprocity to the businesses as well, because we could be of help to them if we knew where they all were. I do have a comment about giving incentive the first year. I think it's built in already the way you have it written, because you talk about a penalty, which would be basically the $32 times the year. Well, this is our first year, so it's still going to be $32 this first year. So I think that's all the incentive we need to give as far as that goes.
Okay, I did want to see if there's any public comment. Yes, sir, come on down.
I don't think that putting a business license on agriculture is fair at this time. I don't think if people have small cottages at their place and they lease them out or rent them out or anything like that is warranting a business license. I think those things should be left alone. Under your federal constitution, there is a PMA, which is a private member association that they can get that for, and a license through the federal government or be on site on board with them that allows them to do as they wish, how they wish with their own properties. Not for us to go in and step on them and require them to get a license. I've been in business in this town for 7 years now. I have a business license. I understand that a second ago you said this is, if not to charge them, but to help them. Nobody on the city has reached out to us to help us, to ask us, to offer us one single thing in 7 years. But to get our business money, collect our taxes at the end of the year, that's it. So I don't see taking money from more people are going to do any good, and it's for no other purpose but to take their money. I don't think they should be done that way.
And, sir, just one can I ask you how? And you don't have to answer this if you don't want. How much do you usually get charged in roundabout for a city business license? If you don't know or you don't want to answer, totally fine. I'm just kind of curious. It's.
I think it may be close to about $120 a year.
Okay.
For our city license. We're right here on Washington Street.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, yep.
Is there any more public comment? Okay, we have folks calling in. So let's go with the first person. Just give us 1 minute while we're working the phones here, and we'll have somebody on here in a second. Do we have them on? Okay. Welcome. You're on with the board.
Hi. Thank you very much. This is Stephanie McCaffrey calling. I have McCaffrey House Bed and Breakfast, and I believe this is a really good license to have. When we started business, every entity that we were trying to, use, our insurance, even our banks, they all wanted our business license number, and we didn't have one, and it just, in my mind, it just kind of legitimizes what we're doing. $32 is not a lot of money. I really would appreciate your approval on this. I've been asking for this for 25 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who's called in? Okay. We'll bring it back to the board. I was going to make some comments, and then Supervisor Half has some she'd like to add. Yeah, and I'm kind of where most of the other supervisors are. The screen went blank. I was going to use that as a crutch, but here I have one. Yeah, so I support the staff recommendation. It makes sense to me that if we're honest about what the purpose of this is, which is to collect data on what kinds of businesses we have in our community and possibly finding strategies to help them or provide public information about how businesses operate and which ones are struggling, which ones are succeeding, and use that information. And I know Cole Presbola, who's our Business Innovation Director, has been very eager to have this information. If we're honest about that, then what we should be looking at is all businesses. And we're saying all businesses, but the staff recommendation, just to clarify, excludes the temporary businesses for 60 days in a calendar year.
No, so 60 days in total.
In
So
total
that's
for
what a
their
short-term,
life.
that's what a short-term
Gotcha.
business is that we define it as
So
60
that
days.
the staff recommendation is that's not included.
That's right.
Okay, so I think that's good because that way, you can have a pop-up restaurant or somebody brings a show in town or some kind of temporary thing. It's not going to exclude them. But for all other businesses, we want them to, we want to know where they are, how they're operating, and if there are ways to help. And Supervisor Brandon brought it up with or was it Supervisor Kirk, with the CARES Act. Maybe both of you did. That it would have been ideal during that time if we had this information. But that's hindsight. Couple things I wrote down listening to Supervisor Kirk, and you made some very good points, and I really appreciate it. One thing, you mentioned a concern about what future boards might do. I think about that a lot. Any decision that we make here can always be reversed or changed or made into something that we never intended. That option is always going to be there. And the way I look at it is that's not my job to even think about, is what the next board is going to do. That's the voters' job. The voters are going to decide who makes the next decisions. And so what I look at is how can I make a decision now that takes in all the best information that we have and puts us on a good path. And someone down the road might have a change of opinion and want to go a different way, and that's totally fine. That's how our system works. But I just kind of think about what do we need right now, and I think the staff recommendation is good for that. And then I do think that it should be a requirement. I mean, a license, it's kind of implied in the name, calling it a business license, that it would be required. Driver's license isn't optional. If it was, nobody would get one. And so I do support those two elements of it. And the last thing I wanted to add is I've talked to a lot of business owners over the past more than a year, probably 2 years, honestly, that we've been talking about this. And just the other day, Supervisor Brandon and I were at the Chamber Government Affairs Committee, and occasionally I will hear objections from business owners that are concerned about just another government fee on their business. It's going to make it harder for them to do their business, and that, to me, that's the best argument against it. Is that businesses are already taxed too much. But I would say the majority, I wouldn't say, certainly the vast majority of businesses that I talk to about it either don't care or they think it's a good idea. And the ones that have some opposition to it, generally when you explain it's $32, it's for a very narrowly tailored purpose. It's not going to be expanded into other things. I think usually the objections kind of are assuaged once you explain a little bit about what it's for and what the purpose is. And so, just and the fact that I think if there really was strong opposition to it, we would have heard that by now, because this has been out there for a long time. I mean, we talked about this in January, and we still haven't had a huge tidal wave of opposition from the business community. And in government, usually when you don't have a lot of opposition, that means an endorsement, because when things are going good, people don't really say much, but it's just when they're going bad that people usually complain. Anyway, those are some of my reasons. I think the staff recommendation is good, and I support it. Sure, and I think Supervisor Half had something she'd like to say, and then.
Yeah, I just had a comment to the gentleman who got up and spoke. I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but I just wanted to be clear in case there was any confusion that the county would be asking for these businesses outside of the city to be registering with us, not within the city limits. So there. I just wanted to make it clear in case there was any confusion there. I know the city does have some kind of a business license that even those businesses
really working on finishing the project that you want. You're working on finishing a project that someone else 5 to 10 years before you started. And that's just kind of the way of things when it comes to infrastructure projects, because they take so long and they cost so much dang money. But it's one thing that I think at some point it would be worthwhile having a discussion about on this board. It's about weighing some of the long-term projects that we've had in place for a long time against some things that we've discussed recently, like the improvements to Standard Road and some of these other projects. So just putting that out there was something that I was thinking about while we were talking about that in that committee. Yeah, I met with CERT. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and end it there. But yeah, thank you so much to my board members for your help and for all the work that's gone into these many board meetings that we've had over the past couple months. So thank you. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Have a good rest of your afternoon, everybody.
Supervisor Campbell, you're adjourning the meeting until the 6 p.m. appointment, is that correct?
Okay, so I'm being told that I'm not allowed to adjourn yet. So we do have a 6 p.m. Appointment this evening.
So I suppose it would be a recess then.
So I'll go ahead and ask, would you care to read that appointment now? Do we need to read it at the time?
I would recommend reading it at the time. There's no harm in reading it now if you wish.
Well, let's go ahead and read it now so folks know what they're in for, and then we can go ahead and recess.
Okay, the 6 p.m. Appointment is a presentation, training, and discussion led by Remy Moose Manley, LLP, regarding the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission's role in land use matters and an overview of relevant legal authorities.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will recess until that time. Thank you.
that would be like a local policy. And there was another piece of your question, can you prioritize certain types of projects?
Right, so we say jobs, that's our big priority right now. We need more jobs in Tuolumne County, so we are going to expedite any economic project that can, like an outcomes-based project, that will create at least 20 jobs in the county. And so if you can meet that standard, you jump to the front of the line, and we will review your zoning application ASAP.
Yep, so that, again, that's going to be outside of CEQA and outside planning and zoning law. Those are going to be local policy decisions.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Well, with that being said, thank you guys again. Drive safe, and I'm going to adjourn the, oh my gosh, we're already halfway through September 14th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting. Thank you to the commissioners for your service and your time tonight. I appreciate everything that you guys do, and God bless you guys and have a great night. So thank you.